starting coming at you with another game of Total War Three Kingdoms. We're here in a Liu Xie campaign. The year is 217. We're playing 190 expanded. That's a lot of years. But what we have here is the Emperor. He is restored. Liu Xie, may peace rest upon his mighty shoulders, has fallen to winter. A couple of years ago, Cao Cao, chose that opportunity to declare against us because he's a scoundrel. But you can see that he is very much on the back foot, and he himself has, he's not gonna bother us anymore, I can tell you that. And on that front, it's time to hit the end turn, because we left it here. Yes. Make a tax building here. Also, yes. I mean, maybe a commerce one would be better, though, right? Yeah. But we can't afford it. We'll do it next time. And here on this front, of course, these fools, who knows if they're gonna make it in. But this should be great. Yuan Shao is walking into one of the classic traps of the world, right? Which is where they go very far from their heartland, and then they try to make a move at you across across the north of the wall there. And, well, it's a bold strategy. We'll see how it works out for them. Good on assignments. Excellence. We could probably do like some okay work here. We're gonna try to move it ahead because, well, that wasn't bad work against them. I mean, we might have theoretically been able to win, maybe, but I think it actually would have been a tough sell with what they have here. But the auto resolve gives us plenty of work there, and these fools. Alright, the only thing is that these reinforcements might interrupt our reinforcements, but we're going to have a brilliant battle here. Junyu, you would expect better from you, but we'll see. Oh, right, the elite trainer. This thing is awesome. I hope I get it. It gives you fatigue immune for your whole army, and morale, and melee evasion for your whole army. It is one of the best items in the game, as you can tell by all the times that it said for the whole army on it. But the Lady Bian is here. The Tong Xiaohong is here. Sun Ren, who we would like to get a hold of. But our forces are evenly matched, and they predict a defeat. I'm telling you right now that we are going to be fine. It's going to be great, in fact. Because what we have here are trebuchets and juggernauts and crossbows upon crossbows in the open field. And Liu Xun's army is going to be able to show right up. Right up over here. So the thing with this army is we don't really have infantry at all, but if we play our cards right, we won't need it. Repositioning time would be good, so we don't want to push it too far up here. And, oh yeah, they don't have charge to gate yet. I'm like, that would be real good if they did. But they don't. It's alright, we're gonna have our cav in the front there. Because the other army's infantry is very good, and we're just going to move them up to this position. just the lady who's got a crossbow, right? Yeah. Keep the kids back here. He's got tenacity, so he could actually maybe take a fight somewhere. Oh, that could be cool. He's not like that, that hardy, though. Alright, let's get to it. House cavalry there. You know, we should probably... Everybody on defend, and... Because what we need is just to be able to get, you know, this army over here in time. Which is a matter of engagements and such. We've got, you know, plenty of cavalry and it looks like maybe they're going to give us what we want anyway. And here we're gonna have these fools withdraw as soon as they come onto the battlefield, of course. And y'all can start hauling over there. And now Jiao Chan's army will come here, and we just need to interrupt, you know, this nonsense. Before they get in. I don't think they're going to try to cut into us in the center, right? Now, Sun Run has a good bow, but she doesn't have, like, the ability with it yet, so we'll be okay on that front. Alright, there we go. Anybody want to brawl? Sun Ren, you'll duel me? You know, she might actually be okay at it. I mean, I'm sure we'd win handily enough. Yeah, you know, he's just gonna get to it. That's what's hot on the streets. That's what the people want to see. And here, these Tiger and Leopard cavalry are gonna get picked apart by that. And, you know, we're just gonna let him get to it. You know, I'm confident that if we just use our abilities, this Fist of the Righteous, because once that hits, right, then she's gonna lose her evasion and armor, and then it'll just be a couple of hits till we get on her. And now Zhu Huang makes contact with their shot cav, and they're going to be surprised because now our troops are going to charge in right at them. Beautiful stuff. Speaking of beautiful stuff, are we back on our horse yet? Yes, alright, that means we almost got a bit of a beating there, but we got away right on time. Nobody wants to duel me, that makes sense. But, you know, Sun Ren gets popped, and maybe, you know, maybe she was our guy on the inside. And now the Archer Militia, having lost their general, right, in the duel, are almost just fleeing straight. Getting a duel is so, so good for that reason, right? But here, these Tiger and Leopard cavalry are trying to get in, so we're just going to give them the business here. And on this front, this guy is eating up our artillery shots. That's pretty funny. That's upper level play from him, right? We're gonna turn fire at will off real quick till we deal with this. But on this front, you know, we engaged maybe a little too long, but the White Horse Raiders are very evasive, right? And really, them getting knocked down a couple of pegs early on, you know, that's okay, because it's getting us time to get our troops into position here. Zhu Huang having a party, and then this guy has, of course, been taken care of, and now... yeah, now it's time to fire at will again, baby. And now Cao Cao has fallen into our trap. This is exactly where we want them, right? Because now we've got cavalry around them, and our two leaders are going to be able to come in and beat down the new leader of the Cao family, and boom! Oh yeah, coming in with a steel chair. Brutal stuff. These White Horse Raiders aren't going to make it for too long, but that's alright. They've done their best. The Lady Hu gets embroiled in shot cav. Oh my goodness. That's bad. Speaking of bad, we've allowed our main guys to get locked up in a little bit of a pickle there, but now they're out of it. Yeah, they definitely get the drop on me very heavily. Just charge into essentially waiting guys, but then we'll hit our melee evasion here and that'll counteract it. And the Imperial army, outfitted by none other than the Emperor, that is why it is called that, gets here, ready to roll. These gate guards are going to need help. Although they are the biggest and the scariest, they're still going to need some help. You doing? You want to duel somebody? You know, he has tenacity as well. I bet we win. We've dueled him before, actually, so that'll be funny. Because the Imperial Gate Guards are going to absolutely crunch all of their engagements. You see here in the center, they fight, the enemies die. But, of course, getting shot at by Onyx Dragons will still take its toll eventually, not quickly, upon them. But Cao Hong here, you know, he's having a time. But we're just using the Dao Chan heal and you know, mess with his ability to use his ability that doesn't work for this battle. That's all right. Zhu Hong supporting his troops all around, and Luo Jun trying to get on these armored archers. The thing about the Imperial Army is they are all juiced. They're not just Imperial troops, they are the troops of Zhu Huang. They are considerably better than anybody has a right to be in this video game. Cao Hong has fallen. Gonna get on these Tiger Leopard as they try to flee. Ooh, they got a nice charge on us there. But the Imperial Lancers are a different breed, right? They are not your grandfather's Shih Tzu. They're gonna get it done when they run in there. You want to go? Yeah. Yeah, let's brawl, lady. After all, being brave is good, and I respect it. But our reinforcing army here, not content to let the gentle forces of the army of the prince, Lady Hu, the prince and the eldest daughter of Prince Liu Chong, of course, all very capable in their own right, but that doesn't mean that we don't want to show off ourselves at this late juncture. Luo Jun, the man who saved the realm. Luo Jun, the greatest hero. Luo Jun killed 1,400 men on the field of Chang'an, alright? Luo Jun single-handedly got it all the way all done. Speaking of, our boy Prince Liu Xie is dueling against Li Dian and winning. That's good. Hopefully they're not oath-sworn over here. These armored archers are getting absolutely flummoxed by our power. Luo Jun emerges victorious, naturally. Would have went quicker if I'd remembered to use his abilities, but what we need to do now... Let's get Zhu Huang in here and just make sure we turn the... I guess we just chase those armored archers. Feels bad. Oh yeah, the other cavalry. The thing about Jade Dragons, right, is they're real good, sure, but if we could hit them with this, we would decrease their... No, we don't hit them with it, though. Oh, it was the other group that got hit. Imperial Gate Guards, though, are very, very punchy, and they have the bonus for Sarge. So once the charge is over, right, then there's basically nothing for them there. But, Xunyu, I assume you told Cao Zhu to adopt this strategy because you were trying to get his army destroyed. If so, a brilliant gambit, sir. Looks like Liu Xie got knocked off his horse at some point, or we embroiled him after the duel, which seems just as likely. Hit these dragons, hit these dragons. The pearl dragons here, you know, what are you gonna do? They're just gonna get shot up. What are you gonna do? But with our ultra-high troop quality, we run in, rule the day, and of course Xunyu doesn't even show up to the party. He's like, alright guys, no seriously, I think we ought to leave. Not a lot of kills on the trebuchets, but we had a very awkward engagement, right, where we expected them to make the distance a little better. Turn 25 on the Juggernaut, gotta love it. I assume they were hitting all the best things, because yeah, they're army lost over here. Why won't these guys run? Oh, the Jingzhou. The old Jingzhou troops. Qingzhou, I think. Yeah, because Jing is the one with a J. No, neither one of them are very close to the right way, I'm sure. But it's all good. A close victory, it says. And with this, well, what's the Zhao clan going to do to put back together after this? 3 armies are here. We're still in totally fine shape for the roll-up. Look at them fall down on the ground there, you know? And that's what you get for attacking the lady who stands on business, my girl. Getting it done. And of course, Prince Liu Xie wins a duel with Li Dian, again, who is, after all, a reputable man in the prime of his life, you know, 36 years old and tenacious, level 6, you know. Hey, my girl! Welcome to the Empire, Sunrin. The water is fine. You're gonna love it here. I guarantee it.
团结一心。不杀此等贼人，天理不容。快去！
You know, some piece of this. All you want to give me is 15 grand? Oh, you're gonna have a bad time when you realize I have got armies in ambush waiting for you up at Chang'an way. Because what's he gonna do? Like, literally, what is he gonna do? Besiege it? With my 3 years of military supplies there? Yeah, good luck. We wanted peace, and so we prepared for war. And, you know, our enemies, poor guys, you know, were less prepared than they needed to be. Zhang Liao, now having finished up things there, will be able to roll up, and then Guangling will fall. And, you know, we'll be dealing with the Cao family before 220, you know? Just like in the real world. No, I hope in the afterlife Cao Cao takes some time out of his busy schedule to watch this playthrough and see how we in the future think he should have lost. And he'll be like, that guy has never said my name right one time. I assume that's what he'll be hung up on. Either that, or he'll love my mustache. Like, I'm pretty sure he was the one who told Guan Yu he had a beautiful beard, right? He's a respecter of style. All right. They are indeed besieging Chang'an. Push them off there, and then get just enough. Nope. Get just enough to not get them. But that is okay. Yeah, I don't think they have a night battle. Well, they could if they put him in charge, but they're not going to do that. And they are all the way on the back foot now, so... we'll send the lady over here to hit
地利内心，
this and roll them up.
大势已定。
Shenyu, you should have joined me. You were a capable strategist. Hey, Luke, what's up? But it is much too late in time for you to be thinking that you don't want to work for me. You can join your Lord Cao Cao in the afterlife if that is your
占领
desire.
此城乃是谨慎之举。
Yeah, we had a 3v2. They brought their armies up, and well, you know, we beat them up a little bit. Prince Liu Xie won his duel against. We're gonna get charge negate here. I think I care about that more than I'm gonna resolve, honestly. Against Li Jian, who he had dueled before. He was on the list historically, but if you won't join up, then who's really? Exactly. Like, this is 217. Cao Cao is dead, and this is what remains of the Duchy of Wei. And functionally, you're thrown in with Yuan Shao, who, in this timeline, could not more clearly have an illegitimate claim, right? Like, if you think, okay, the Han is something where I hope it, you know, like, I believe in it, and then this happened, and you were still working for the Han's enemies, like, get real, okay? This isn't like you're working for Liu Biao when Cao Cao's at the gates and then he dies and Liu Cong does his thing. I was just reading that in the book. I'm on chapter 41 or 42 now, so Zhuge Liang has showed up and started giving them good advice. And they're like, wow, maybe if we don't do every dumb thing every time, it could be good. And he was like, yeah,
庶几可定。
amazing. Alright, the guys here are called... Oh, it's not built yet.
时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
Sages of the Analects and the Storms of Lu. We'll see what they're like. Then on this front, we get to roll up here. Oh yeah, and we got Sun Ren. She joined us after the battle, which is smart, you know. 小伙伴 Look, buddy.
让他们死得体面一
Nobody
些，
knows who you are,
勇夺荣耀，山行险恶。
and that means the Emperor doesn't care if you live or die. Alright, now Donglai we will hit with this army next time, so we need to get in this direction.
奋力一战，
And we'll hit a march, since we're not replenishing anyway.
追寻荣
And then
耀。
we'll be able to clean that up, and then she will, I think, be able to get there. Well, 2 turns. Well, you know, it'd be the same amount of time anyway, and she has the siege weapons. Suyua, the subtle trickster from Zerong's, yeah. Stalk, you know, poison volley, I love it. You know, why not join me? You're stern, trustworthy, suspicious, loyal, creative, solitary, and populist, you know. It's a lot of traits to have. A solitary populist. Very admirable.
"稳住阵型，
We just need to give all of this to Liu Yao. Well, not this one, though, because if you hand it over, I think the garrison swaps. Catch people doesn't want to be seen anywhere near him. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Now that you put it that way, I'm like, you know, I guess I'm a solitary populist, right? Like, let's go back over her qualities again. Maybe I'm just like her. Stern, trustworthy, suspicious, loyal, creative, solitary, and populist, you know. Maybe I'm a subtle trickster. Maybe me and her, we're the same. The only thing she's missing that I clearly have as a trait is beautiful, but, you know, that's okay. It inspires too much jealousy. That's why she had to shave off her mustache. Now here they have, like, walked right into the trap, right? They are...
威加海内，乱世随定，迈向胜利，满怀信念，奋力一战，开战！
摧垮他们！
悉心节欲，待时而发。
Alright, so we can reach her on this
运
side
用智慧
then.
吧。遵命。
And that is how it's done. Taking the 2v1, her army actually would be like
全力奋战。
a bit of a nut to crack in a 1v1. I mean, we've got good stuff here, right? We've got... These guys look like Imperial Guards. They're the defending guards, though. But, you know. Never have a fair fight. That's my rule of war.
职责所在。
And she falls over, and you know, after 2 years of running an army over to Chang'an, they get popped in a day. And now he's on the wrong side of the river entirely. He could try to move in for this. And in fact, he probably will. But then he'll be locked in there for the turn, and we'll be able to get a hold of him.
接纳冲动。
立刻群敌！
And it's like, I'm in a funny position here, because I need to take this horse pasture, but, you know, we'll probably just... Yeah, why don't we just move up this way? And get the support army. Chuncheng is probably pretty fine now, right? Oh yeah, I mean, it's got a commander of the garrison too. Not like a great one, but... Sorry, Liu Xie. There are some who find you adequate. We're gonna get the food rolling, and then we just need to upgrade a whole bunch of stuff and things. What kind of stuff? What kind of things? Well, all of the things. Oh yeah, we need the silk thing here, that's right. Alright, and this place can't get one, that's right, because you can't... The harbor overtakes the place where you would get the building, and that's why Chang'an is so good, because you get the silk thing for the tie-in. I remember now. Here we're going to raise their taxes a little bit. Nothing that people love more than a little bit of raised taxes. That's what I always say. Yeah, and here we upgrade the public order there so that we can get more taxes here. Watch out. Yeah, you know, the thing about our vassals is because they have to pay me, they invariably go bankrupt if I don't help them out. Which we saw with Liu Bei how well he could do if we just pay him a little bit, but... The corruption, because of the bad buildings, is actually, like, the bad buildings. They're good buildings, you know, they're just not my faction-wide ones. Basically free from energies. Yeah, well, you know, he still did go bankrupt earlier. We had to give him some money. But it also might... Maybe he was, like, besieged, and that got him, you know, down a bad path. But ever since we gave him 2 grand a turn, you know, he started putting all more armies up. And, of course, he became duchy, so... That got him rolling as well. Speaking of rolling, let's roll ahead. That's all of that, and all of that. We need to spend more money, don't we? Yes. Our food's just not in a good enough spot to upgrade these buildings. We're in a weird spot. We're in a weird spot with our upgrades. We'll just push this to 9 for the stuff and then downgrade it, and that'll be fine. Yeah, it's only 10. And here we'll get taxes. Yeah. It's the logical thing to get. And here we probably just drop the tax building. Yeah, because we need to get the corruption reduction here. And here we totally don't need this to be a level 10 city, but what do we drop for it? The industry and the commerce, yeah. Because the food production building is absolutely worth holding on to. Another 50% on there makes it worth it. Level 8 here is where we want to be, because 7, you lose the building slot. Alright, yeah, we have too much money. What do we do with it? Ha ha! They made landfall.
稍事休息，向世人宣告我军大业。保持原样，杀呀！
Cao Cao, very anxious to show his loyalty, is pleased
出发！
to chase them up the road, and it looks like they've run into, yes. And by running away to us, they run to the defenders of Chong, as well as the other forces. Get wrecked, buddy. Are we going to be giving land back to vassals?
我等
Yes.
信念如一，这便是上
Yes,
天的恩
definitely
赐。
yes. And we also
不能再消耗物资看压他们了。
we also want to drop some of the vassals and see if we can create an empire to more, you know, fairly share the
拿
benefits.
起武器，
You know, because the it's not just us that are in the Han. You know, all of these people are a part of the Han too. Yes, we're selling Captain Zhu Chong to show his quality. Indeed, indeed. But yeah, we're planning on redistributing these, and then, because like here, all right, we'll just save it first because we don't want to free a vassal and then have them not want to join up as part of the empire, right? Giving these subjects autonomy is how we got in this mess in the first place. Right, right. And the vassal system gives them that autonomy. The Empire folds them in, gets the benefits, but they're all a part of the crew, you know. There's less of an idea of this is my city, which they ought not to have had in the first place, right? But under the banners of empire, we can all share and share alike. And plus, since the intrigue angle didn't really kick off for the campaign, it can just be that upon restoring the Han, the Emperor Xian, due to naivete and reading too many books, is like, let's just do all the stuff that made this happen in the first place. You know? We got a bunch of people now, and now we're very wealthy, and all the horse tribes are united, and they're all friends. This is super good. Look at me. Everybody's getting along, and the imperial relatives are happy, you know, and, well... maybe we can make 8 princes and stick them around in various places. All right, yeah, we have enough money. That means what does that mean? Another army up here? Yes. We don't need more than those 2 there, but 1 more in this direction could be nice. Oh, population of 0. Oh, because the mustering thing, yeah. Can get the uncle in here. Well, yeah, if the uncle is here, then we can do whatever and you won't have to worry. Don't we have a horseman? Yeah. No, not you. It was a different guy. Oh, he's probably already in an army then. Well, we need somebody who's not a Sun family loyalist to hang out with them. Why not? Jian Yong.
保持镇定。
落叶就像生命中最后的火焰。
The rising sun, my girl. Archer militia, that'll never do. Tiger cubs and tiger and leopards can stay. Merc cavalry is fine enough. Handmaid guard can definitely stay. Yep, just another punchy army to have in the north. Good deal, good deal. And then on this front, of course.
雷厉风行。
Building our temples to Confucius up here because we're going to give this land to somebody. It's not going to be smart.
廉洁奉公，忍受苦难，为了天下苍生。
And here we're going to hit a march over the hill, reasoning that it's going to be fine. Ufan, oh yeah, you know, you just hang out here. You're doing your thing. We're pleased with what you're doing, buddy. Don't worry.
让他们尝尝怒火。我们奋勇杀敌，但仍心怀荣耀。此城甚善，先收下了。
Alright, we're paying a premium because of faction support. It's alright. I regret nothing. We had enough money.
我可没心情。
Duchy? Duchy? Man, they just handing that out now. Look at this guy. What's giving you prestige, bro? Oh, he's a bandit, right? Oh, well, that's where it is, yeah. Bandit, because you get prestige for the research.
万物失节。
Back in my day, you had to work for titles or bribe the emperor for one. Like a gentleman.
正在行军，以逸待劳，静候敌军。
I mean, obviously not really the emperor. You bribe a guy who bribes his brother to bribe a guy for the emperor. The emperor doesn't get the bribe at all. Which, if you think about it, is the most tragic aspect of the corruption. Liu Chong had a rope. I mean, no, for sure. I mean, sure, he was born a prince, but after that, you know... It took a while to become a prince again. Duchy. Like, is Song gonna make its move on the Silks? Only to lose the army the next turn? Yes. Well, I'm sure we can do a bit of damage on an auto here. Oh, this, yeah, that's right, because this is just the little place. It'll be alright, whatever. The thing about this is that archers do quite well, you know, their arcs get to go a lot, but... Will they burn it down? It doesn't look like they have fire arrows, actually, so yeah. Yeah, don't think they... Yeah, the cav, because we don't have any spears against them. Maybe if we throw, like, a whole lot of caltrops on the ground. I've literally never done this. I bet it works. Alright. Are they going to rotate all the way over to this side? That would be pretty bad for us, huh? They are. They were so intimidated by my caltrop play. Alright, yeah, they're doing a full rotate. They're so intimidated by the Caltrop play. They might try to go all the way over here for all we know. Front shift, take a bunch of fire. You know, it's like a thing I would do. I do respect it. I'm like, how realistic? These guys are facing the wrong way. Like, no, don't shoot at him. That's a waste of arrows. You'll never hit him. Alright, like, please stop shooting at him. Like, yeah, why not shoot at the Zhongnu cavalry? Unironically, it's fine. They got shields, who cares? Alright, there we go. Now he's packing out a little bit. Hey, you know, if they're gonna just sit here and let me shoot them, then Huanji, Xin, Shenying, and Zhu Hao, you know, maybe you do get to stay. All right, nope, they're going for it. Rotate again, guys. Remember, shift front. Well, they're doing a good job taking care of this cavalry problem for me, huh? After all, after just a few more minutes, all the Xiongnu cavalry are gonna kick, too. Yeah. Well, they might not be here for that long, though. To here, to there. Yeah. Total cowardice. But you know, they expected not to find resistance, I guess. You know, they marched across, they were promised a bunch of casual encounters. No trouble at all, they said. You'll be in and out in no time, they said. These southerners have no courage, they said, but now look at them. It's kind of wild that they're not attacking at all, though, like even making a feint for it, but now Northern Courage is about... Oh, no, Northern Courage won't kick because they're stronger. Well, this is pretty annoying, though. We send out one group of archers to harry them and try to provoke them to come forward. Right? Right. Nah, we just needed to wake them up. I was like, we can get them to move. We'll draw them into the arc, and then if the cav come on us here, we'll run right back into our safely awaiting. Boom! Oh yeah, there we go. There's the archery fire we were waiting for, baby. All right, everybody on the cataphracts. Oh, those do have fire arrows. Well, that is... They have one unit with fire arrows. Well, that means we definitely need to keep them firing at these archers, right?
敌方部队四散逃窜。
And we send these saber infantry out to try to cover the flank there. Because with their archers hitting our archers, you know, we just need to get away from this wall here. Oh, their horses got their little feet hurt. Oh no, Wisdom of the River, that's a bad one. We're going to run this way to flank them on that side. Might be a little too slow for it, though. But we get some beaten down, you know, and the caltrops are hurting their feet, and that's good, you know. You love to hurt their feet a little bit. Oh, these guys didn't have fire at will on. I think that was the only one that we had missed on it, though. The towers fall, but hey, you know, our guys are doing just fine here. And yes, the brave flanking forces come in here, and of course we know that these armored archers are the only fire arrows on the scene, so we're just going to stay there. But now they broke us and they got inside. We wanted to give these no spear garrisons more credit. Yeah, you know, if you get it set up, you can do really good damage. I mean, the no spears almost killed this guy along with the towers, you know, like. And that was a limited amount of infantry because we went for this overly aggressive thing that sacrificed the front. But hey, you know, we also ran out of ammo. So even if we had held for a bit longer there, what are you going to do? But, you know, surprising no one, these brave veteran saber infantry. And, you know, and that what a sick move, too, you know. And now we flanked them here. Sure, it's not, like, working, but it could have done. Roar. Ah, yeah. That'll do it all right. But hey, I mean, a way better defense than I would normally give.
国军士兵正在四散而逃。
Look at these armored archers. Look how armored they are, and they run before our superior tactics. That's right. We figured, what if we ran at them with our swords? Our superior tactic left them unaware. We just want to run out this way and then get another charge on them, right? Because you could cycle charge infantry, too, if you have somebody to keep the other one embroiled. Like, we don't need to look at the inside. This is where the good stuff is. Oh, yeah, the veterans look so cool. Their studded shields, their nice hats, helmets, whatever. And sure, things might be falling apart in here, but... It's like if we can run out in front of the towers and make them come out here. And our veteran saber infantry here, you know, if only we had our towers, but they're good at fighting, right? They've got very legitimate evasive stats. Hey, we got the guy down. We popped the red dude. Of course, that... No, it was the other one. Oh, she must have got killed by a tower. The lady. But on that front we win, and we're just gonna run in these guys here, and you know, I think they won't run in front of the tower, right? They'll just try to come and get it, but this will stop us from army lossing. Maybe we'll be able to run in here and brawl a little bit more. They never took our flag. You know, the morale bonus from the flag will probably hurt when we lose that, but we'll just run here. Oh yeah, we got our towers here still. Yeah. Hopefully we don't hurt our little feats on the caltrops. Then on the guys try to get in, and they're like, wait, what do you mean we're being attacked from behind? We're like, yes, sir. Apparently, they're led by a genius. And he decided to fight outside of the wall. And we're just going to pull here. And try to cycle charge in. Don't think it really works there, because the front is so big, right? And you know, they're all waving their G around in the air. They're all having a time. That's the thing, you know, when you get to heavy G infantry against veteran saber infantry, is a bit of a wet noodle context. They you know, they do about as much damage as each other. Because I have boosted AP, normally the G do a lot more damage, right? Jew loyalists are very heavy spear infantry. With a billion morale. Cool. Well, you know, we lose, but we fought bravely and all that. A valiant defeat indeed. Most of the archers, right, most of them.
当今战乱频仍，生灵涂炭。若战事旷日之，
But yeah, you know, he's not gonna feel good about that one when he writes home. It looks like they bit the ambush and left the horse pasture here. Panlin, a duchy? Yeah, that's that, is he a bandit? But yeah, that's that bandit network kicking on. So bandits are gonna become dukes around 220. That's how it works. Got it. Which, I mean, 30 years in, it's not too bad of a time for them to become a duke. I mean, obviously in the nobility sense, that's not really what's going on, but you need to call it something. Like, we got a settlement, guys. One of them. All right. Born in the saddle. You know, you might be a spy. We're going to take your horse anyway. Ushi, you can join because you have stuff. Chunlun, you're probably a spy, which is a shame because you're of a reputable family. You and Long, you're a disreputable highwayman. Oh, okay. Actually, I totally want to pick this guy up. This guy gives you plus 100 peasantry income to local county, so that could be worth like a bunch of money. Like 700 monies. Or more. Yeah. Be worth 983 here. But is he a spy? Could be. Could be, who cares? Yeah, I mean, what's it gonna do? If he's a spy, he'll leave eventually after making me money.
养精蓄锐。此地生机勃勃。
The percentage on the peasantry income kicked weird. It lost like 183%.
潮起潮落，足以磨平巨石。
Huh. Yeah, it's very... Maybe... I don't know. Sure, I don't know. Settlement markets reduces peasantry income a bit, but I think it's worth doing here anyway because it probably ends up better. Oh, surplus markets, that's what we want. This one just gives us more money. Oh, no, because, yeah, we want... Surplus markets is better in a place that actually gets industry, right? Like where? Like here. We're already doing one here. Got it. Makes sense. Yeah. I was like, maybe he's like out of harmony with the administrator and that makes him lose 180%. I don't know. Alright, here we need to build the admin office up. Here we go to level 9 just to improve the thing, and then we'll drop it again. Have enough food to do that in a couple of places, yes, yes. Boom, 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 boom. And then here we can already go down to a level 9, and then whenever we build that, we can drop it again. Alright, and on this front, we will just...
回归原状。杀呀！
continue rolling up Cao Cao's forces here, such as they are.
不可小觑。
How the mighty have fallen, right? Look upon the works of Zhao Mengde. Look upon the wreck that he has left for his family.
一统天下，绝不留情。
He would have styled himself a master of the world, and now look at him. How mighty was he really? I mean, he did okay. No, I mean, before I took him down a few pegs, I mean, he was doing real good. He had, you know, basically all of the central plains. He had the gate passes, you know. In a different world, he would have ended up holding on to the Emperor till about 220 when he died, and then maybe having his son depose him. Hard to say. But I mean, mighty enough. He was the only other duchy in the world when we popped off and became the proper emperor, right? You know, we thought he was going to be the other kingdom, which would have made for, I mean, a different story. Fundamentally, we could have done the same thing where, you know, we had another seat over here. But it would have left all of this much more up in the air, and Ma Chao probably would have joined up with old boy. Ufalo gets to level 8, my man. Yeah, they marched over here, and why?
回归原状，为天下黎民。
万物失节。
He walked up there, which is really smart, and now we, having sprung our perfect ambush, are just going to roll in here and say, "Meow." With the army of the unified, you know, Zhongnu? Yeah, Zhongnu and Wuhan ND leaders, nothing bad can happen, only good things can happen by getting all the people of the steppes on the same side. That's what I'm saying. And I don't know enough about anything to think that I'm being foolish. We're just gonna go here, go to ambush to try to hold on there, and then can we... Yeah! Dude, it's gonna be weird with this campaign being over. Like, what am I gonna do with myself? What am I gonna think about? Speaking of, the Lady of the Elephant. Yeah, we'll get 2 of them and 1 Imperial Gate Guard for stabbing horses. And the elephants, obviously, are going to stay elephants. Obviously. Hit Zeal, get some more AP damage for the army, just what they need.
一统天下，振作起来，折而不摧。
Look how good King Menghuo's doing, right? He might have unified the Nanmen, or nearly has now. They're still... We thought you did? Huh? Get this over with. You what? I'm sure what you mean is, hey, do you want a forged iron scale? I can't wear it. Now he's supposed to be with Wang Bolan. Where's that guy even live? I'd be like Wong Kwong's. He's probably sitting up here defending the Imperial City without any land. But you know, the last good intel we had him placed in these lands, so this is where we'll be. Oh, it's all us all the way up there. Alright, so here we can continue juicing up our army a little bit. Just tons of Royal Guard, and then when she gets to level 8, we'll be able to imp up her retinue. And of course, the Lady Wu is not too far away either. And they all get along, you know. Maybe we should give Sima Yi and his kids somewhere to live, huh? Make him a ruler in the north. What could go wrong? It's like, now I just am delighting in actively sabotaging my boy the Emperor. Alright. Everything is good there. Gongsun's on, maintains his power, and, you know, the tripartite division of Korea is fine. The unhappy triumvirate, plus Ta on their island there. And Cao Cao, running away in March, gets caught.
今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。勇夺荣耀。
We promote a character. Lung Ho Chun gets this Jade Archer, which... Oh, that's pretty... You know, now that I'm checking the set bonuses all the time, I see, like, oh, Professional Instructor plus Jade Archer, 25% rage damage for own army. That'd be pretty good. The Triumvirate and Tots in some period political sitcom. I'd watch it. Maybe. I say that, I wouldn't. I am just bad at watching TV. There's always these things I want to see, and then I'm like, that would take too much time. Why don't I play video games instead? But tomorrow afternoon, this isn't TV, but I'm going to the theater. No, not the theater, to the movie theater. It's different. The cinema. After work. To catch the newest interpretation of Homer's classic, unless it was written by a different man with the same name.
出发！满怀信念，奋力一战，为了天下大义，开战！
Here we just need people to stand and defend it. No, we don't really need that, do we? Not as such. Needs a strong term. Well, they'll besiege it for a turn. Well, if they bring that one up, then some heroes being here wouldn't be amiss, right?
威加海内，乱世遂定。
We'll stock it with people with no reason to love the Cao clan. Yue, why don't you show up here, show the flag a little bit, and then, you know, if things really pop off, you'll have impressed people in high places. Ling Tong, we'll bring you in. I was just reading about you. This is the guy This is the guy who wanted to kill Gan Ning at the banquet, right? And then made him, because of Gan Ning popping his dad. I think, like, on the field of battle. I don't think he, like, murdered him. Yeah, this is Liu Xie's kid. We can trust him to brawl. And of course, Swan Gai, being an unreadable warrior, but also being a man in possession of a battle axe, will be good here.
大人召我，荣幸之至。再一次感受到了家的温
And
暖。
if they besiege us inside, then that's what they'll do. But we're going to go ahead and get a little bit of Royal Guard here. You know, there's no point in having absolute trash on the inside, and a little bit of Royal Guard will do something. Also, we're not planning on losing this fight. But I mean, even 33 Royal Guard are so much better than 33 regulars. Because, you know, 6 units of them, that's like 1.2 units of Royal Guard.
谨遵命令。
We've got reserves here. They only have to hold out for a turn or two. But with these generals here, too, because if you just have, like, some retinues, just anything, and then, you know, the generals to beat their generals when they come in, then your guys can get it done. All right, there we go.
平定天下。
Food production is up around the board, and then we're gonna build more taxes and peasantry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, why not? Literally no reason why not. Getting to build 5 buildings is so good. Also, the other thing on the population that I didn't look at all. So you get bonus income all sources, great. Replan, construction time, buildings per turn, public order. That bottom one, trade influence, I was just glossing over the whole time. But with a few of those, you know, you start getting some pretty big trade influence. And then, you know, that's what makes your trade agreements worth a lot. So the population, you know, just passively helps all the different avenues there. You know, military, everything but public order. But you know, this has been a fun campaign for a lot of reasons. And really nice for just, you know, showing off how the different styles of economic play can function in this mod. And, you know, I just really love it. Great, but not essential. Exactly. But it's like, if you're playing somewhat passively, though, it just makes playing tall so much better. Like, I think of my Kongrong campaign in 190 normal, right? You know, in vanilla. Man, if we had like, population to lean into, having, you know, a pacifist thing where you're just, like, trying to rely on spies and diplomacy, it's much more satisfying, right? Because each place you have can be so much more powerful and influential, you know, more reliable to fight in, and the like. Super cool. Of course, maybe somebody out there is as good at population as the prince, but when he puts those straw bales in the window, everybody from miles and miles around says, oh, no, the worn sandals, that's right. It is important to offer safe haven to those touched by war. I believe that. So too does the prince. So should we all. So should we all. Speaking of things that we believe. Yeah, we're all right there. Theoretically, they could march this army up to try to support in here. If they do, I think we just retreat back a bit here, and then that march army probably wouldn't be able to get into it anymore. Alternately, they try to attack here and bring, like, 3 things in. If they do, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. Oh, we finally got a tri-build horse camp, which is very good. That'll let us research the red tech now, finally, after all this time. Whoa, after all this time, we are going to run in here.
协力出击。
Night battle makes it a valiant defeat. You know, sometimes that's how it is. But I guess it's saying, like, okay, if they have lower morale, then they'll run away, and that'll get them into a better position to regroup and hit you. But also, I don't think it actually is that. I think it is that anytime in a Total War game that there's an option to, like, bring a menace below someone with Scaven or do anything, it re-rolls the background information for what result you're going to get. So sometimes that re-roll, if you're sort of on the edge of a Pyrrhic victory there, even though there's no chance that a night battle would make it worse for you, it's -7 morale for them and nothing negative for you, but, you know, that's probably what's going on there. Get 2,500 for the post-battle loot, and Tadun, the Storm of the Steppe, gets himself... No. Biting Gale. Flames of the Phoenix, I understand, but this one's his unique one, so we'll get that for him. Good for him.
此地生机勃勃，拉弓之时需屏气凝神。明智的决定，我要和谋士见见。
Yeah, and he's the administrator of Shongyong. He is like a very prestigious guy. Like, Shongyong is a very, very important faction, right? We are well pleased with this guy's service to us since he left Liu Biao 10 years ago. Speaking of, I'm pretty sure Liu Biao is dead to age, because I haven't seen him up here, and we used to be seeing him. I guess, oh yeah, we can check the tree pretty easily here.
该当如此。
Ah, yes, indeed. You know, if only he hadn't been a traitor to the Han, right? We could have reached such greatness with him by our side, right? Like, such a guy. Indeed, like it. How could he have done that to us? Like, unironically, though, how could he have done that to us? We had neighboring commanderies. The people flocked in. All was well. There were no rebellions. The people ate. The nobles ate. We were all doing good. The emperor was happy and safe. And Liu Biao, you know, if this was the Chronicle, we'd blame his wife for it. But I'm going to blame him. I'm going to blame him. It was his fault. He should have ignored Lady Sai, who I think is fighting for you in Shao now. Or was it, thought I saw her a bit ago, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. We're going to continue on our quest to cleanse the source of the river, which is going to happen pretty soon. Which tracks. Exactly. She's like, oh, okay, yeah, let's just go over there. You know, you hardly want to read, like, in a book where people get, like, just popped, and then you're like, yeah, good riddance, I hated them. But, like, especially in romance, as I'm rereading, I'm like, well, no wonder I had the opinions I did about the time period. I was supposed to. This was the book I read. But it's like, man, no sooner than Liu Biao is cold than they are betraying his interests, like, actively working against my man Liu Xie in defiance of propriety and, like, the rights of inheritance, right? Very bad behavior indeed. Everything is Yuan Shao's fault. And then, you know, not only do they surrender, but they immediately get their comeuppance, which, you know, lies in the form of them being murdered. But, you know, by the time you're in chapter 40 of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, if anybody is like, you know what, I'm gonna trust Cao Cao, this guy's who I'm gonna throw my lot in with, you're like, okay. If you think he's gonna win, that's one thing. Because, like, yeah, I'm gonna steal the inheritance, then give it away, and then immediately get popped. Like, get wrecked, buddy. Of course, Liu Cong hardly gets any screen time in Romance, you know, it's really his mom. Ah, yes, and then that's exactly what happens. The March army comes to pick us up, and then we back out. perfection. And now they're in our realm against Sun Hao's army, which is reducing their military supplies. Oh yeah, the war of the attrition in the north, but I'm ready for it.
只能忍了。
Because I've got the supplies, right?
慷慨仁义，
I've got the supplies, I've got the reserves, and they're in our place. Song Jian is dead. The leader of the faction, you mean? Oh yeah, the Han Empire defends against the rebellion. Rebellion? What? This must have been somebody else's. Or it could have been... Oh, it's because it's a minor, maybe, but...
舍身尽忠。
Could just be from the raiding from, Dude, man. Oh, that guy from over down. Yeah, he's the Yellow Turban faction. The Yellow Turban rebels are a whole different thing. Yeah. Wuhuan, who is rocking out, and there we go. Sung Jian dies. Dong Li becomes trustworthy. My girl. Faction Council first. Peasantry. Make their army unable to run away. Oh, and we get the Waking Dragon unique armor from the set ancillary thing. This combines with the bow that we've got on Liu Xie
打起精神来！
for something, but of course she can't wear that armor, but... To give 20 ranged armor-piercing damage to own army, so yeah, we need to find somebody who can wear that combo. You know, so that we can use them in one fight before the end of the game.
摆好阵势，准备出击。
Are we related to any generic strategists? Alright, on this front, we are doing just fine. The Duchy of Wei is trying to
恪守职责。
get in there. Now Zhang Liao is going to be able to hit here.
我等心怀忠贞，才有此胜。现在来尽情庆贺吧！现在这里归我军所有了。
Hakui gets to level 8, my man. And they can't run away. We got them. Nice straight stab with the family spear there.
大义将临，莫敢不从。
Cao Pi, you should have been willing to join us, buddy.
这些贼兵，人人得而诛之。
We haven't totally obliterated the Cao clan. You know, Cao Wang is still here. And to be very clear, we would have allowed any of them to join us that wanted to, but for some reason they don't want to. But I mean, really, in universe, Cao Wang would consider himself very lucky to still be alive anyway. Even if he was a little conflicted about the nature of it. Because the thing is, too, is Cao Wang was sent as a hostage to the Imperial City under the guise of a political marriage with the recommendation of the Emperor, but we all know what it was, right? We all absolutely know what it was. So when Cao Cao threw in his lot with Yuan Shao and rebelled against the Emperor, that was him, in effect, saying, just kill the kid, I don't care. I know he's there, and I don't care. Which is more of a Yuan Shao thing than a Cao Cao thing. Cao Cao is more like, okay, I'll take the horse. Which is different than, oh yeah, take the hostage, of course. Neither one's great. Ma Chao move, right, yeah. Oh, that son? Eh. Oh man, in romance, it's so funny when Yuan Shao's talking about his succession and stuff. He's like, well, yes, this son is my oldest one, but, you know, this one's with this wife, and he's much more handsome than that one. People like it when he talks. Yeah, we're just going to build that one too, and the public order from this one will counteract, I think, most of that, and we'll find a way to make it work eventually. Might have to decrease like one level of it, which would feel sad. Go to level 9 here so that we can get the Grand Judiciary thing. We've got tons of food right now, so we just need to... you know, spend all our money on it. Oh, yeah. There we go. And then on this front, they are caught entirely out here. Oh, yeah, his entire... yeah. Yeah. Good point. But then, I was also thinking about, like, Yuan Shao's thing in, like, 184? When he popped off and, like, murked all the eunuchs and stuff. But no, Yuan Wei got killed by Dong Zhuo. That's right, yeah. It was Yuan Shao doing the coalition thing that made Dong Zhuo get all the Yuan family that was in the capital together and execute them. Although, to be very clear, he was going to do that anyway. You can't... When talking about Dong Zhuo, you can hardly be like, oh, someone provoked him to do a familial extermination. He's Dong Zhuo. He's like... what month is it? Bring somebody in. You know, you gotta wonder with a guy like that, if he was even worse than people said, and they just toned it down a little bit to make him seem like a regular guy. Euphalo. I love that move. Exactly, you know, it's like my arm is getting restless. Euphalo, I love the dual Xian where they like they pick them up with the swords in them and then like toss them. I'm like, I don't know about the functionality there. Zhang Ying, you totally look like Zuchu, but you aren't. And looking like my boy is not enough to save your life. And we're just gonna stay in ambush for another turn because these fools are gonna, you know, stay there and let us do it. Oh, there's a river right there, I see. Well, in that case, we will march all the way up to the edge. I seriously doubt he's going to come and take this fight, and then this should give us a position to cross it next turn. Oh, look at the zone of control of this place is huge.
备行动。
Ping's a big pain to take. Yeah, you gotta go in there, and then there's another river to cross here. Well, you know, their stronger armies, such as they are over here, and far away from assistance, right? So they'll probably shuffle more of their other strength over in this way, which, you know, we might subjugate them at that point once we've taken this land, having them thrown over on that side. And plus, you know, with the death of their leader, got to cross river in front of the zone of control, so you got to lose a turn. Right. It's a good position, you know. It's just where I would want to build a fort. Can hardly fault him for it.
定筹壮志。
开战，拿起武器，天命在此。
Yeah, night battle once again knocks us from a victory away from one. Weird.
大势已定。
Obviously, we could have done that manually without losing anything at all. Juggernauts are amazing. But equally obviously, we don't have to do that, because we don't have to do that. Ooh, a White Horse Fellows raiding party here. Who built that? Or is that just the name of it? It's just the name of it. I'm like, how did Gansuzan build a building at level 5 there? But yeah, standard building, right. Here you go, buddy. You know, I sure hope the Yellow Turbans don't take your land away.
妙啊！
You got a couple of turns to worry about it. As we hand these over. You know, yeah. Well, you know, this army can go back home because we've taken care of that issue, and then... Now the House of Cao, the one-time Duchy of Wei, I think they still refer to themselves as such, a kind of aspirational title at that point, right? And the, Oh, and we get the General of Heavenly Benevolence trait is finally available. Duke of Wei, yeah. Doesn't have anything close. This is one where it just helps out all the... one of the whole title things, but supports the Han. That's the one we want. We need to win more Yellow Turban battles. But the prince, after this, will need to go back to the capital to answer charges that he didn't, you know, mourn his father properly, and that he, you know, took an army up to fight the enemies of the Emperor without specific authorization. I'm pretty sure the Emperor is going to be totally fine with it. In fact, I'm sure of it. And that he's going to be mad at having to deal with this anyway. But, you know, propriety must be observed. Here we're going to get our charge bonus. Beautiful. And then we'll go up here because the armor for cav units and stuff is perfect for next year anyway. And then, you know, here in 218, we finally juice up our cavalry a little bit. Not like they were hurting. 10 AP is super good. Of course, cav normally works totally off the charge, but once they're embroiled in the fight, it's still nice to have a decent stat on them. What is he, Xian? Right. And you're looking at that, you're like, hey, what's that, First of all, why Shu? And second of all, what are you calling yourself, Liu Bei? I was good, like, I was cool with you, the uncle thing. Speaking of, we need to give him some more money. Because he went bankrupt again. And he has been doing very good, you know, at pushing the foe back here. I'm like, oh no, we're broke.
坚持不懈，稍事休息。
Vassal, not a rival. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I would too. Not least because the very small misunderstanding thing we have with Cao Cao, which, to be fair, at that time period, the Emperor was bouncing around everywhere, and there was no sure thing that we were going to be a good and legitimate steward of, you know, his lordship. But obviously anybody who knows Liu Chong should trust him. And people who shouldn't should be wary of wronging him. Why should we bear their insult, I wonder? Bum, 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 bum. Guosie's down there. We would love to pop him. How are you still alive? He's 73. No, not Liu Xie. That's my place. Got any stuff? No, of course not. No one ever has any stuff. Because, you know, as soon as they get it, they give it to somebody, which is good. It's better than them not, you know, giving their stuff to people. Shall outliving the prince, that is tragedy. I know. Like, how dare they? How very dare they?
相信直觉，原地候命。
Dong Zhao. He's perfectly cromulent. A noble spirit embiggens the smallest man. It's a bunch of great Simpsons reference, I believe. That's where that comes from. I believe the word embiggen actually comes from The Simpsons. And cromulent, for all I think they invented it too. It's a perfectly cromulent word. It describes, you know, like the nice aspects of a word existing. And here we're going to make for the sea. No. We control the sea, so we can still recover here. And then, yeah, we'll do that. Make for the sea, and then we'll sweep up the coast here while these other armies, you know, jockey for position there. And then we'll make sure that Cao Cao's forces have nowhere to go. If they try to escape on the ocean, Zhang Liao will roll over this way. These traitors. Oh, time's about to be up for them. Alright, that's everything up there, and we've spent all our money, and we've done the faction council. Good, good, good. And we rolled up this way. And this army of hot trash is going to reposition itself a little bit. That's an army with decent units in it, and now we're out of money again. That's okay. That is okay. Who didn't move? Sun Yi, you're supposed to be here.
智慧如流水，设立营地。
Yep. You know, the percentage did go down in a weird way, but this dude gets it done. That 100 base, I mean, that's a lot, right? 100 base is a third of the top level tax building. And I guess they're continuing their siege there. You know, more power to them, right? It's like, is that Joe Tai? I think it is. I leaned to get closer to the computer screen. Could just tilt my head.
欲成大业，必有盟友相助。尊重你的决定。
Ah, Cao Cao, it does try to escape to the north there. Oh, they've got a little bit of land there. And, Long? But, Lean, is that the one? Luon. It's probably Lean. You know, I can't help it. I can't read anything right. Pingwon, yeah. That's where Liu Bei starts out there in this one, right? Rather than over in the Iron Mine. Scandalous Court, exquisite weapon. What? Look at this guy. He discovers our ambush, but not this one, and elects to try to push up into the Heartland.
烈火燎原，杀呀！保持原样。
You know, I guess if you don't know the other armies there, I mean, what can you do? Go back onto the river?
乱军终于得以平息。
I mean, knowing that I wouldn't follow, that's where I would go. Lu Meng, well, I'm hardly heartbroken at killing you, buddy.
这样我们就摆脱这些累赘了。
You ain't the Empress's uncle.
行进。我军所向披靡， 以逸待劳。
Yeah, the duchy does have this land, but maybe Liu Bei will be able to deal with it for me,
定
right?
乱安民。前进！
为天下苍生，正在行进。正气如火，熊熊不息，请下命令。廉洁奉公，忍受苦难。
Get here, and they're starting to
回
attract.
家的感
Really?
觉真不错。
Oh, because this place didn't have a granary. Oh, and because they depleted the stockpiles, I'm like, how did they get it down to 0 even in that amount of time? Because we get so many reserves per turn, right? Normally, you know, we get, I think it's like 50. Yeah, we get 58 from our granary network, right? Which is bonkers. That's an immense number. No crossing via the coast is not crossing via the river. Indeed. We do know that. But Lady Hu can't take her children up there unsupported. We're the only army over there, right? She's got to defend the people, protect the faith. This fool runs in right into the ambush. He's going to run into the forest there, but that's not going to work. Although, really, keeping him alive there is good, because it makes them pay for that army that doesn't do anything except be very expensive. This would make me lose my mind if I were the player. If I spent a year and a half paying an army 15 grand to walk across the mountain range, and then Sun Ren pops out her beautiful head and then stabs me. I'd be like, wait, what was it all for? I could have disbanded that army a year ago. And they're like, yeah, you could have done.
告诉他们，我来了。
稍事休息，为了天下苍生。
But since if you're right at the river crossing edge, right, then sometimes you can get, if you don't have to spend any movement to get to the river crossing, then you can get in. And, well, theoretically they could sally out at me. That would be very funny. This is not the Imperial Army. This is Jing Darong's army. It's still very good. It's just not Zhu Hong's army. It's got elephants, you know, Imperial Sword Guard, but of course Lu Bu will be here to support, and he'll be able to do it from this side of the river, I imagine. Yeah, with our big reinforced reach is I don't think I fully appreciated how good this ability is until maybe last campaign or this one, but reach, that reinforcement range is so strong. I am all about it. Oh, her daughter died. Alas. Well, thank you, Southlands. Oh, and Lubu's, he had a son who didn't make it either. Alas. Looks like he fought with Liu Yao, maybe? And here, we get here for upkeep and everything else for cavalry. But even with the river crossing thing, because soon enough, you know, Han Xian, we're going to have cleansed the curse of the river, right? We're gonna... And then we're gonna be able to return to the capital in triumph with the news, and then we're gonna be able to roll over them. Apparently we do know them? Oh, in-game, that's right, because it showed it there, yeah. But, oh, you mean historically.
大人到此，蓬荜生辉。
Dong Huang, yeah. Yeah, just not who the mother is, but of course we wouldn't know her name anyway, but yeah, so there you go. Dong Huang. And that's Dongbai's Padre. And we don't know... Yeah, we don't know how well they get along, but... And then, of course, due to the executions, we become rivals with a lot of things, and we get a lot of stuff. And, well, I am going to take a short break, and we'll be right back for more of this. Alrighty then. Oh, it crashed. Well, the game crashed while we were away, but that's okay. I hope we saved it beforehand. And if not, I feel like that turn was a swift one.
贼兵寇城，我军据城
I might have done it right when I
恐
sat
非
back
长
down.
久之计。若敌军不强攻城墙，
But yeah, that was
必会
pretty
截
surprising.
水断粮，逼我军出城迎战。主公应派出大军驱逐贼寇，否则我等将人城俱亡。当今战乱频仍，生灵涂炭。若战事旷日持久，则民众必生祸心。因此，主公若不及时止息兵戈，百姓必将揭竿而起。
Okay, yeah, no, that, yeah, this is on the end turn, so we still gotta do all that stuff, but we'll just get to it. We remember what happened. Yeah, I mean, it's not so bad, right? The only thing we did was roll up that auto in the middle. We didn't build anything, we didn't do anything else, you know, we were just... and this time the ambush succeeds, so we do even better. Proving that it checks every time. Fancho.
不能再消
On
耗
the
物资
block.
看压他们了。
Oh, and then they come in to night battle me. Well, good for them. You know, this is not so painful after all. After waking from the sleep, apparently we end up in better shape. And Cao Long, anxious to prove his loyalty and, you know, just wanting to secure his, hey, and we get to execute Lu Meng again, so everything is right with the world.
万分期待，足下，那就下次吧。
Oh, that's right. We had moved these people over. Well, I mean, it wasn't very much of a movement. It stinks a little bit. Should have saved before we stepped away. Lack of saving discipline. These interns still take so long because we preserved so many people's lives. You know, if we hadn't been in the game, a lot of our vassals would have been, you know, rolled up, confederated, beat down. As it is, they're just holding on because, well, they pay us. Yuan Shao over in the north, trying to deal with the holdouts of Gongsun Zun. You know, I'm sure that with Zhao Zilong along there, then they'll be able to hold it on, and then we... Oh, we get this Sovereign of Blades item. I think that's from the weaponsmith. Yes, it is part of the set Perfection, which gives you a 10 hit chance. The Spirit of the First Artist is a unique armor as well, so we'll have to, you know, hope that we get that. We've got a lot of gold weapons now. We need to distribute them to somebody, honestly.
正在行进，释放怒火吧！大步向前。
Yeah, now if he attacked, we'd be able to reinforce.
进攻，
Which means
力求上进。扬帆
really
前进，
making landfall here would be to the better.
喜帆远航。
And we're going to send Zhang Liao on a little expedition this way.
相信直觉，上阵杀敌，振作起来，正在行军。
很高兴见到足下。足下所
Xian
提
gets himself
使
a
令我
little
等回
holding
复
here, you know, a little bit of farmland, a little bit of... I mean, it's not a bad setup, right? It's just not all in one place. So, you know, he's got to deal with inefficiencies in that regard. Really, that you get public order problems from taxation that if you don't have tech for, or, you know, leadership to help with. Really, I think the biggest thing that helps me enjoy this game is learning about this plus button here so that we can just hit the people that we want to level up and not all the other people. 'Cause it used to be so frustrating for me. I'm like scrolling through 100 people to level and now I'm like, oh, I could have just looked at the right thing. Karen, a very important pickup. Sure, she gives you never satisfaction, but that replant's nice. And Liu Lin. Our boy, by the way, we need to give him something good. Do we give him the Sovereign of Blades or the Blade of Zhangzhou? Well, the Blade of Zhangyu would be good because this is the one who is going to be the heir, right? So what could be too lofty for him, you know? We could all just also give him the Tactician's Design, though, and lean into him being a great commander, because 10 melee evasion for the whole army, probably better than anything else. Speaking of, what's he doing? Tax collecting? He's level 3 now. We need to get this boy into an army. That's right, and then there was this.
勇夺荣耀。战争还没有结束。杀！
Shaw! Just like totally hitting the hornet there.
要接受改
Shaw!
变，不要害怕。
稍事休息。
I'm like doing this, I'm like, okay, I guess it was a fair few minutes of doing
奋力一战。
things. Probably took a break right when we should have been hitting in turn.
不要，心怀怒火，奋勇杀敌。
Sheng Dao here, who overtook for Jiao Wei. What a good job he's been doing, right? Just sticking in here, fighting against Hu Mao, who is not Lady Hu's dad. Just coincidence.
黄蓝，开战！不可能这样做。
And they're besieging our settlement here, but Lu Fan shows up to support.
"居安思危，未雨绸缪。
Alright, this one hits level 9 and thus can hit that and downgrade. Single turn building for a tier 5. Just amazing. This is like one of the main cities, so we might as well hit 10 here when we can. That's an Emperor seat. It's no mean place, and then good enough, good enough. Might as well pump Chong on as well, right? Yeah. Indeed. And all of those cities have basically hit their stride. Alright, great. Making HK here down to just 18% corruption in the capital city. It's more than that everywhere else. And then we'll do surplus markets with Guoxia. That'll get that, and then Saowang gets to help roll up all these fools, and they tried to get away to the river, and I think those do get away. But hit them with a choked out there. It's like, do we use this opportunity to... Well, this army's a little... You know, we gotta have some kind of infantry, right? Could just get, like, a couple Azure Dragons. Just do something, because we can't mess with her retinue, you know? You gotta keep the Peacekeepers in there. Not least because with their shields, they're really quite good to stand in the front and take the archer fire, and then the Imperial Palace Cavalry could be slightly behind them, you know, with their superior numbers and superior firepower. Sages of the Analects. And yes, according to this, you should strike as the mountain upon the ocean. What does it mean? Just bash their head in. Alright, so it gives you a range damage, melee damage, AP, and immune to terror buff in an AoE around you. So having one of them is very good indeed. And the Storms of Liu are armored. Looks like armored repeating crossbowmen, right? Yeah, because they've got the ammo and like the weird damage profile of the repeating crossbow. I think that's what's going on. Yeah. Although they're like sort of decent in combat. It says poor in melee, but they're actually not terrible at it. But yeah, well, we'll need to get one of them in his retinue because she can't get them yet. But do they have suppression? They should. It says roll suppression, but it doesn't, you know, I'm just not sure if they actually have it. I would assume yes. Because otherwise, it's a 14 damage profile without it. It just has to have it, or it's non-functional. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's there. We don't really need this buff for the terror and stuff, you know. I mean, like, immune to terror is fine. These units are okay, you know. They have quite high morale as base, but really it's just that, you know, it'd be cool to have a little melee damage buff thing, you know, a little range damage buff thing around, but at this point in the campaign, they don't really stand up to, you know, the other ones. That's a cool unit, though, especially early. So not very expensive. And as a yellow cav, having a kicker on it is great, you know. Oh, yeah, well, we'll just take this, we'll take this victory, then. Oh, and then this reinforcement comes in. Well, that's clean. And Huang Gai at 63 proves that you can still have a sweet spin kick. As Wei gets totally rolled up, stuffed into a garbage can, and thrown out. And, you know, just in time, too. If I hit him here, he runs away. No, we've already hit him once. He's still on this side of the river. Can we catch him? Nope. Cool. Be alright. Roll them up, and then the source will be taken soon enough. And poor Liu Xie on her fruitless quest, you know, she's just going crazy down here. We are never going to find this guy. That's right, Liu Yu died, and Gong Sun Ya took over there. Demand abdication! I mean, I'm sure we could make it work, but this dude's been an enemy of the Han the whole time. Can hardly reward such things. Alright, and then go into level 9 there. That's right, because it got waylaid on its path. Here we need to get to 9. Like, do we drop the weaponsmith? I think so, right? Because we've got other weaponsmiths. We'll drop that, and then we can get, like, another commerce building there. Because really, I just did that for a bit, and then kind of held on to it longer than I meant. Alright. Yeah. Here we go. And it looks like Liu Bei is sending like all of his armies to get rid of Cao Cao, which, love that, my man. The Kingdom of Song is going to really have some thinking to do whenever this Curse of the Yellow River gets lifted very soon. Thinking like, what am I gonna do with my life? So the question becomes then, you know, do we fight them down or do we force an abdication? Do we take the emperor's seat? Or do we you know, force the proud Yuan Shao to surrender entirely, right? Because the Emperor Xian is not like... He's not like a messed up dude, right? He learned the proper lessons from the brutality that surrounded his childhood that he had no part in. You know. And now that he's running things, he's not like, oh boy, I sure hope I beat my enemy. That way I can pop all 500 of the people that are related to him. You know. That's more of a enemies of us type of thing. Except abdication for the sake of the people, indeed. Because, while, you know, it's not like we're going to get rid of everybody in his family, but, you know, like, keeping him at the capital where we can keep a super close eye on him, or better yet, way far away where we can keep a close eye on him, you know, is fine and good, actually. And the Yuan clan, such as that, you know, is willing to accept it. Because obviously they can leave if they want to leave. But I feel they'll be satisfied enough. And for the sake of the people of the north of the Yellow River, who have, after all, been relatively untouched by this war, is the good thing, too, about our strategy of the defense of the river and stuff like that, you know. We haven't had major population centers changing hands that often. So though this war has dragged on for a decade, you know, the people can still live in relative peace and relative harmony. You know, there's 93 million people living in our lands now. 93 million. Hey, Kazu, how you doing? A lot of million. Liu Tong here, going to just roll up this. Say it's almost like there wasn't a devastating civil war at all. Exactly, you know, thanks to our wise leadership. History as it should have been. I mean, should's a little strong. After all, we know from, you know, just a bare analytical take on the situation that the problems of the Han are far greater than any individual man. You know, like, they clearly can't be solved by putting things right and being a good governor for a while. The problems of all empires are intrinsic to the concept of empire, right? As you place yourself high, so must you eventually fall. You can't make a stable system. Anybody who has been in a science class can tell you that. And it's time for Zhurong to receive an Imperial army. Why? Because I don't think he's going to live forever. If it were possible, it would have happened by now mathematically. Exactly. Which is a great piece of evidence for it. You know, if it were feasible to create a political system that didn't eventually crumble, if it were, well, it would run everything, wouldn't it? Because it wouldn't have crumbled. But, you know, while we can try to offset some of the iniquities of the Han, and indeed we are trying to offset these iniquities through our rule, that doesn't mean at all that we're going to be able to reduce the problems inherent to the project. Those problems can never go away. Because again, the governance of 90 million people, especially in this time period, like, how good of a job do you think you can do? Because there's a certain sort of, like, delightful naivete in the idea that it's like, well, you know, if we just get, like, really good people running the political system, then these things that were bad won't happen anymore. Well, maybe. Maybe. But I am much more of the school of thought that, you know, a system produces outputs, right? I think if the Han keeps on churning out these problems, then it will always do so. And I think I'm right. But the other thing is, Liu Xie is time to make his way up to the coastline because, well, the Imperial army here, we're about to go. These Pearl Dragons, we're going to swap them to Sword Guards, because as funny as it is for them to be listed at 100, you know, we're just gonna... Because the Sword Guards are almost at 100 anyway, yeah. And when they're in the battle, in fact, they will be once they're at level 10. At level 10, his Imperial Sword Guards at 99 physical evasion. Hysterical. Just deeply funny and in all ways very good. You know, when we were playing the bandits, we were like, man, we'll never have another group of people this broken again. May I introduce you to my friend Zhu Huang? It's time for Liu Lin to leave his job as a tax collector. It's time for him to take the field. Our child who would have been the heir. Oh, it's time for him to get a very nice sword and go across the river, try to be a part of all this. Xu Shao, it's time for you to keep on doing your thing. He goes to march here, which is super smart. They do a very fast-forwarded kick.
不能再耗费物资看压他，这些贼兵人人得而诛之。
发动农民，杀呀！拿起武器。
A Pyrrhic victory? Yeah, sure. Whatever. Oh, we were still in
下
March.
之于地，上参于天，让他们死得体面一些。吾等大印必将降临此城。恢复原样。
Roll deployment and speed, yeah.
一统天下。 护国讨贼，勇夺荣耀。
拿起武器。
谨遵命令，准备伏击。
All right, we gotta get the engineer over here.
团结一心。
Oh, and the corruption inspector guy for the local commandery we can give to this guy. You know, I'm just taking delight in this, even though we've very clearly gotten ourselves into a great economic position already. Like, we can give him the local commandery inspector. Getting our corruption down to 19. Pretty decent. Like, hopefully they won't get us at sea where we're weakest.
稍事休息，怒吼吧！天下统一又进一步。此诚甚善，先收下了。
And then the pool, there are Liu Frail Maiden. Oh, Liu Xiao's daughter, it looks like. Weak, sickly, tolerant, and lame. Yeesh, she's had some problems. Very high expertise though, but I guess she gets the lower evasion from a couple. Yeah, she gets negative 20 there, so ends up bringing her down pretty low anyway. Yeah, not a duelist at all. Yeah, you know, it gives 15 satisfaction to spouse, so, you know, if you had her and you had a dude that was unhappy, you know, like, at least there's that, you know, which is like just a benefit that is solid enough, you know, salary is cheap, you know, for 39 for, you know, if you had some dude who was mad, you know, like a Lubu type character. Although he would be married to Lady Yan, and you would use her to use your assignments, which are getting nerfed. Heard it from the mouth of the creator. Alright, well, Imperial City here, and right here. Going to 8 there is all we need. You're saying, yeah, level 9 turn 20 is too much. Indeed. And the Zoyun's thing, all the experience granting ones. Which is, you know, good. they're too strong. It is much too strong. You know, like, when you literally, if you fought every turn and didn't take losses somehow, you still couldn't catch up to the experience gain of just, like, getting experience, you know. Clearly there's something going on there, but we're just going to move on up. Oh, we continued chasing them. Well, I'm sure they'll be fine. Kingdom of Leon. You inherited that title. You ain't earned that. But reading through Romance of the Three Kingdoms, one of the things that strikes me is, like, the jarring emotional shifts that'll happen sometimes in just, like, a paragraph space. Like, the hunter, Liu Xie is the name of that girl, but I think it's his name, too. But the one who kills his wife to feed him to her Liu Bei because he couldn't find... Like, what entirely wild... Like, it's just, like, coming in, meets the hunter... Cannibalism, goes and tells the guy about it, and he's like, oh, send that 100 pieces of silver, he did a good job. And I'm like, what? Like, and I knew it was happening, I knew it was coming, and I'm still like, how are you doing this? Oh, but Liu Bei has been pushed off of the river there. Well, let's see how that works out for him. You know, they're really trying here. This is the most they've ever gotten out here. You know, they've crossed the river with 3... Well, you know, they also know this is their last chance, right? Yuan Shao, he lost his armies over here. He's over here trying to fight Gongsun Zan. He's running out of supplies in this front. You know, it's, Zheng Zheng's now in this region, you know, which is bad for the Koreans, but fine for me. And this is their last gasp, you know. They can't... He takes Anding right on time for me to be able to besiege him inside of it and lock him in.
只有坏人才会怕我。为了天下大义，
全军听令，杀！
Zhang Liao,
诸位举杯相庆吧。
where's the Phoenix Beak? Which we totally haven't got to use with him yet, but I bet it would be sick. Nothing like a sentinel that uses a spear, right? My idea of a great
坚如盾
time.
牌，势如利刃。我军必胜！向前推进！
Maybe Guo Si will come up here and fight. No, he's too far away.
迅速出击！又是你这厮！这提的不错。
Yes, of course you're hostile, but importantly, now you have more food. Oh, you're running out of money. Oh well, you'll get over it. The Emperor hits level 9. And we'll get the cheaper redeployment and the character salary discount. Which saves us, 1,000 a turn.
.怒吼吧！讨平乱贼，澄清四海。参见大人。时局变动，看乱。
Let's get Liu Lin in, right? Let's get him. Let's get him going. What do we want to give him? A couple of spear guard will be good, and then red cav war crossbows. We just want a couple line holder people there for the force.
心有所
And Liu Lin has his little combo on to pump the army up. And we'll give him a Zhanbei warhorse, because he deserves it.
.为了天下苍生。
Where did Ling Tong's weapon go? Which one's his weapon?
相信直觉。
I don't remember taking it away from him. It's possible that he lost it before. Avengers, oh, he had already lost it before I got him into my force, I think. Or I took it away. But Luotong is wearing them. It's, we gave him to him as soon as he came of age. I did not know that was his weapon. I thought it was one of the unique ones that got made. Yeah. I was just reading Ling Tong's part in Romance of the Three Kingdoms this morning, with him being real mad about Gan Ning and everything. Or no, that was yesterday that I was on that part. But anyway, we are rocking out. But no, those weapons are so good. I want to give them to like Zhu Huang, right? I think Zhu Huang with that weapon would be real fun. You know, a sentinel that's allowed to equip the champion vanguard weapons that has giant melee evasion, and then you just throw that on there and then just watch the beatdown commence. But maybe it would be better on like somebody like not Zhu Huang, somebody who does have tenacity of steel. But I think all the Zhao Yun, I guess, yeah, because he's the one who gets elemental vigor, which is like tenacity plus, yeah. Because all the other sentinels that get the cool weapons that I know about, you know, they gotta wait. But the Curse of the Yellow River is about to be lifted. It's gonna be over for these fools. Can we reach them? Yes. Is Ling Tong a favorite of yours? You know, how can you guys still not want to join me after all this time? We were doing our very best. We let anybody join who wants. Gan Ning is fighting up here. Of course, his bow is being used by our beautiful perfect girl. More for you and Shugai. That's right, that's right. You and Goat, as you call him. It's like, it's like, what do you like about him? Is it just like that he's so cartoony, villainous? You know, that he's so, like, that he's such a jerk? And here they are charging in. Now we need to spin up another army over here. Well, you know, it might actually be time, you know, for the Prime Minister to take the field, right? To supervise a siege train. Such things do happen after all. We'll need a mighty champion guard to go along with them. Do we have such people available? Dao Ying's more of a thinker. Well, the big heroes are off somewhere. Wenping, he's an infallible rampart. That'll be good. He's got infantry of Jing, which pleases me just fine. And then here we'll go... Totally gonna give him an Emperor Seal and he declares. Yeah, hold on to him until he does it, and then. And Wenping can receive the G of Imperial Mandate, of Heavenly Mandate. The Emperor commands him to watch over the High Chancellor and the siege train, to do his very best. We'll give him this nice little heavenly sword. Oh, that's right. We've got the Waking Dragon. Oh, well, he can't get that set though, because we've got to keep Ancient Sight on. Remind us why he earned it for so long? It's because he'd been doing it the whole time and he did a good job. Like, he's been the Chancellor, like, forever. Is basically what it was. We could replace him. We don't need much of a pretext to do it. He could also, you know, go in this army, have a good time, and be like, hey, you know, I feel like I've done this job for a long time. How did he get there in the first place? He got there in the first place because he had bonuses that were desirable, and yeah, because he gave like a public order or something. Yeah, mediator. He gave us satisfaction, and we just put him in there for that, basically. And then he just continued having the job because he was the one who got put into the job. This would have been before we were, you know, the Prime Minister of the Han, even. I think he just, like, had the job, like, for ages. Like, the whole time. But yeah, I think we just threw him in there because we didn't have that many people, and everybody else that could have been in that spot just didn't make as much sense. Because we didn't, when we got him, when we put him up there, right, this is before we got Guo Xia, I think, because we got him, yeah, into a 1. You know, this guy, I mean, he's been here forever. Yeah, but I think really that's what it was, is that he had the job before we had anybody else in the faction that was, like, suitable for being our prime minister, right? Because Liu Xie didn't want the job, and so on. The only old guard who survived the purge. Exactly. Because the Emperor likes him. The Emperor has always liked him. And moreover, he got along with, you know, everybody else besides the big three, right? The Xingderong, Shu Huang, and Han Xian, who basically everybody doesn't like. Liu Xie gets along with absolutely everybody, though, so that's good. But yeah, because he was, you know, because the Chancellor is the, you know, in spite of him being responsible for all of the civil servants, he survived it. Everybody else got put on the block. Because also, Liu Xie liked him personally, and that is very important, right? Liu Xie likes and trusts Ding Yi, and always has liked and trusted Ding Yi. Ding Yi didn't work for, you know, because Ding Yi only worked for Lai Gong before he came to us. Ding Yi doesn't have the stain of having been with Cao Cao and then coming over to us or anything. He doesn't have any of those sort of, this dude was working for a disreputable fellow and fought against me type of thing. He's always been on our side. And, you know, yeah, that's basically what it comes down to. You know, he's deceitful, and that's good. He's distinguished, suspicious, and wise. Good traits. What we want to do here... Alright, and Karen, exactly. And whenever we got her, because she was a pickup like early-ish, right? Because we've had her on assignments the whole time, but oh, we got her in 205, yeah, and then we married her to him right then, but yeah, 205, kind of late. Yeah, because that would have lowered the satisfaction, but the replume was more valuable there. But yeah, but and because he's married to Karen. Exactly.
见识一下我们的激情，烈火燎原。
Just trying to get the Prime Minister's army in there for a little bit of experience and, you know, bonus capturing chance and whatnot, because these fools... Now, Chong really should... Yeah, Seeker of a Quiet Life, you could find that with me. Think you're going to find that with you and Cao? You won't.
就当我便宜你们了。职责所在，一统天下。
And of course here, they've made a huge series of blunders, the biggest of which is that they've been treating me like I'm the regular guy and not like the guy who's about to lift the curse. Xu Yo, this guy, I always get him confused with the other guy, not like really confused, but the names.
这些贼兵，人人得耳，快去！
And then of course there's Junyu, or is it Junyo? Yeah. Who's very major. We executed him, I think. And Zhen Zhushu, who is the other guy, and
力求上进。
man, what a harsh part of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. When his mom just is like, you're a failure, you should be smarter. By the way, this is it for me, bye. So freaking harsh. But it's time to lancer it up for Liu Xun. And then a couple palace crossbows to back him up. These jade dragons, totally unnecessary. Now, we'll get like a yellow dragon there just for it, and then just go to another spear guard morph wouldn't be bad here. She's just level 3, that's fine.
此地人口众多，熙熙攘攘。
So long, the Emperor sends unto you the G of the Imperial Guard. You've already been named the General of the Right, of course. Liu Xie. The General names you the General of the Emperor names you General of the Left.
杀呀！
And to Liu Xun, long the general who stands his ground. The Emperor, to that, adds the title of General who exterminates adversaries. Dropping the armor of the gate guards, but, you know, he deserves this title, okay? Liu Xun deserves this title more than anybody else in the world does, and it's time he got it. Xu Yo is the one who got turn-coded for Cao Cao and got killed by Xu Chu in the romance for being too arrogant. Yeah, yeah. Dude, Xu Chu is always killing people, and I love him. He's like, dude, you would not believe what he said to me. And Cao Cao's like, just stop it, just stop it. He's like, no, I wasn't having that. You looked at me wrong, boss. But you know, when you do a real good job, sometimes in the heat of the moment, your boss lets you do a bunch of stuff you're not supposed to do. Zhang Fei. Zhang Yujing. Which, it's so funny you're reading romance, and like any time that like it starts off a paragraph with like Zhang Fei looked unhappy, I'm like, oh, he's about to pop off and talk mad trash in public to important people in the middle of a peace talk again. But he didn't even do a good job. Yeah, only when he fought, right? Certainly not like in leadership or, you know, even battlefield command, but when he was fighting actually against somebody, we're told that he did good work. This end towards enemy. Zhang Fei the Claymore. Shirong, I just feel like you're gonna die, like, right now. And that's okay, because you've got an Imperial retinue, and how much the better if we could give it to you. Yeah, so right now, I'm like, man, it would be so cool if we got Liu Lin with it, but, you know, we'll just put him here. It's cool enough to get him into the battlefield. Do we give him... So, getting him this combo for the 10 melee evasion for the army is really good. But we could just give him the Blade of Shangyu because he's like, you know, the one who was going to be the prince, who's going to be the emperor maybe, and now he's not. Because we could also just give it to the prince himself, but that's like, I mean, really we should hold on to it to give it to Liu Bong, right? Is what we should do. But we're not going to be playing for 11 more years, I don't think. As cool as this is. Well, I mean, the 10 melee evasion's really good, actually, so let's just keep it. Oh, right! He has regular armor, so we could do Lord of Fire. Lord of Fire is amazing, right? It gives you 50 charge bonus for the whole army, which, you know, is before multipliers. So the Imperial Lancel Cavalry with a nice, decent 613 charge bonus here. Of course, this army doesn't really need it, but hey, it's something. Better than nothing. I think we give Liu Xie the Ancestral Pledge. Nah, we can find somebody else for it. Because it would be more appropriate to give it to Liu Xun if we were going to do that, right? And then we can... Yeah, because, you know, because he's the trusty warlord. We should give him a title. You know, most of the good ones are taken, huh? We'll make him a general commander. But the title... I'm like, he's the general of the standard right now. I'm like, we need to make somebody the general-in-chief for this war, right? But... Well... Because that's like the title for the guy who's in charge of all the armies. We'll work on it. We'll think about who gets it. Got that there, and then up here, everything is fine. All right. In here, we hit our big peasantry kick with the tax building going up. Because really, if we can afford the food, it'd be good to have a level 10 everywhere. Just need to make sure the corruption reduction is going on everywhere. That's important. And here, let's help with these buildings a little bit, since we're building a lot of stuff here. This goes to the silk, so that's the one we go to.
快去！
Bum, 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 bum. But no, I'll, you know, one of these days, because I haven't played Yuan Shu ever before, but, you know, if there's going to be an update someday, doing it after that would be nice. But you want to sign peace with us, what you can do is abdicate. Well, he's at -9 for that. That's pretty close. Of course, we just beat up a lot of armies, so he'll be getting that back. But, well, the curse of the Yellow River is about to be lifted. And when it is, well, the kingdom of Song will not be long. Not long for the world at all. Did we crash here? I think not. I think he's just thinking a whole lot. There we go. We're still alive. The Yellow Turbans bravely sally out. The Yellow Turbans bravely fight us here. Bum, 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 bum.
他们对天下毫无裨益可言。
And due to their aggression, the Yellow Turbans run at us again.
赐他们死个痛快！
And due to their aggression, the Yellow Turbans run at us again. Bum, 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 bum. Meow moo.
汉贼何当落得此
Get
下
popped.
场？
All these bandit duchies. And that guy, that was the one we were chasing, and then the Yellow Turbans tuned us up a bit and we had to run back. Oh yeah, and that's the one that Zhang Liao was supporting. And Zhu Rong, that old dog, makes it through another season. Liu Xie becomes cordial. You know, how nice. He's just collecting good personality traits, right?
起精神来，杀他们个片甲不留，消灭敌军。
But when you're right on the river, you can cross it and get in there.
不可小觑。
Say you're new to Total War 3 Kingdoms, tell you to order for the Modlist 190 expanded. What I did was just click on the thing in Steam Workshop, which is what I use, but if you're not on Steam, your mileage may vary, you might need a mod manager, but yeah, it automatically extracted into the proper order into the thing, and I just, you know, plug and play, right? Couldn't be a smoother thing. And I just use that one, and then the selection markers, it's a little ink looking thing, like a calligrapher's little selection thing, and that's the only other mod I use, just a cosmetic thing. I think it's awesome though. I think it looks so cool. But from there, you know, we'll just move against this guy, and that will be. Well, then we got to march him up here. Yeah, probably. We got to march on Xian over there to get the curse. I mean, that's a little bit much. Nah, it's fine. No, we're the curse will be broken when we've gotten them out of there, and you know, in the spring. Then they'll have to leave and come back home and let us know. But we're gonna be getting ready, right? We're gonna be getting ready for it. We've received word that Han Xian is gonna be breaking that curse any day now. Any day now. And here, I'm like, this is actually better. We'll go this way rather than over land here. And then he'll go here. Because the worst that happens is what? They sally out. Ooh, they finally got a trebuchet. On a red guy? There's got to be a story there. But then Cao Cao is going to be able to charge up, marching through the winter with Liu Xie in tow to support them. And Liu Xie's going to be like, well, you know, I guess one of this house isn't so bad. Looter. Ah, yeah, yeah. Not my uncle. Right. I am your uncle. Well, I didn't vote for you. You don't vote for uncles. And of course, Liu Xie, the Emperor Xian, ever counteracting corruption. That's what his real role is to do here. Alright, so on this front, we just... Yeah, because we're just waiting for the go-ahead from the boss, which will probably be in the summer of next year, right? But it might wait, you know, it might actually wait for 220 to do it. A very auspicious year. And on this front now, we're sorted. Wait, no, chicken rib guy. No, I already applied it. Clear it? No.
大
I'm
人
like, we could get
西
flaming
听尊
shot.
便
That would be good.
力求上进，功名震天。大人到此，蓬荜生辉。
And
大人
Nihong
有何
needs
打
to
算？
move up in that direction. We'll keep these people down here, though, to show the flag a little bit.
折
Just
而
have
不
something
摧
going on down here. You never know what'll happen, right?
挽弓预设，则屏息凝神。
Get some royal guard here, and then no matter what happens, we're fine. And this will be, you know, a nice bulwark here in the north in case somebody wants to get frisky and try to get across the river or something.
悉听尊便，打起精神来，释放怒火吧，让他们尝尝怒火，大杀四方吧，
You know, we're never gonna find that dang seal, huh?
消灭他们
It。would have been nice if we did. It was still a good hook, right? But let's see if Xian can... Oh yeah, no, that's too far away. Like, the closer a province is to your lands, I think the less chance you have of getting caught for these things. Yeah, it'd be just 4% there. But like, what if we do it here? Because she's like the best at not getting caught. So we just assume that if she doesn't get caught, then we're fine. So here, no matter what happens on this front, you know, this, be just fine. Good, good, good. It serves the narrative better to be an endless futile task, indeed. At least somebody is not getting what they're setting out to do, right? Because what kind of story is it when good things happen to everybody? Well, I mean, to be perfectly clear, good things have not been happening to everybody this whole time. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Do we give Liu Lin the crossbow? We haven't given it to anybody still.
继续勇攀高峰。
Hong Kong guy, yes. He's a sword and board. You know, that is true. We'll just give him the regular one. Because Dongbai has the really good one, and Sima Yi has the other one, and we can't take it away from either of them, right? Because Sima Yi's with the Empress, and Dongbai is our special girl. She's so successful. I love her. I just love her. She's so fun. And of course, with Storm's Breath, she reaches out and cuts him down. Gets it all the way done.
万物失节，奋力一战。大义将临，莫敢不从。
That Honglong defense, so that was awesome. Of course, if we'd had a single sentinel on the field, it would have been way easier. But hey, it's a better story for him to, you know, rise up, be counted.
正在行进，
大步向前，拿起武器。
Huang Zhong just rocking out in his old age, swinging the
我
axes in
等
the
心
air.
怀忠贞，才有此胜。现在来尽情庆贺吧！ 我变得更为真实了。满怀信念，奋力一战。
It's level 7, which means it's time to drop the Merc Infantry for the Yellow Dragons, I think. I mean, Merc Infantry are really quite good, right? The Yellow Dragons are Yellow Dragons. And these Guardians will be better at any. The Tiger Guard will obviously keep. This dude can get some cataphracts.
目标只有一个。杀呀！养兵千日。
And then we're just charging in the dark here on the grounds that I don't think Yuan Shao's got anything up here that we didn't already kill recently. Because he brought 3 armies down, right? And we popped all of
还是
them.
有些用处的。
We've got decent enough visibility up here. Send him to scout there. Level 10 Hedong. That's a guy after my own heart there. I love leveling up that place. Sure, and I do. Archives and seals here. These hips continue not to lie. We'll do a black market. Construction, and these fools at March in the winter. What are they gonna do? You know?
谨遵命令。
We'll be right there to help out soon enough.
团结一心。时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
Yep. And we're going to name Prince Liu Xie the general who supports Han. That one, we finally got that one. Okay, yeah, that'll let us... Well, we'll do it anyway. Because even though it would leave us lower corruption, we're not going to drop standard or caitiffs for that. Although, really, well, in the long term we could. But we will name him into the general who supports the Han. No, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Although, really, somebody who beat Yellow Turbans would be good for it. But it's really just a mark of, like, you know, favor to the lad. Who, after all, did win many duels. And, but yeah, you know, it's not bad. It's not a bad title to receive here because they've... Yeah. Right, but they would be better to get it. Because it doesn't actually provide any benefits, but... Just like as a general title, because he, you know, led the charge against Cao Cao over here and had many great victories and, you know, brought honor to us all. Although, really, the story was that they were supposed to... Oh, right, yeah. Alright, how about a general who stands his ground, then? There you go. He inherits... Yeah, it definitely would, not least because of the, you know, the effects tacked onto it. But yeah, we'll give him a more practical one. But we were really supposed to bring him back to the Emperor for all of that story. But we can be like, you know, we can scrap that. Because really, that would be a hook if this campaign was going to last 10 more years, but it's not, I'm afraid. But, you know, we're still building everything, because that's who I am. Look, you gotta build the Han like you don't know when you're going to be out of it. Otherwise, how will the Huns survive another 1,000 years? Yeah, I mean, it gives you relationships and it gives you the negative corruption. It's very clearly like an admin toward a sort of thought. The fact that you get it for destroying Yellow Turban uprisings is like, well, you know, if y'all were doing your job that well, then maybe you wouldn't have to be doing this. Alright, yep, there we go. And that's 218, baby. It's like 10 Yellow Turban battles too. Like, that is so many uprisings to farm. I mean, if you're on very hard, it wouldn't be that hard. But I don't play on very hard. I'm not good enough. The game always tells me to turn it down to easy. Alright, there, and on the sally out, it gives me what I wanted. Oh, and the Liu Yao came to support. Wonderful.
吾等需要精兵良将，
加入我方，共讨乱贼。你我言语轻快如流。
Oh, Abdi abdication. I'm like, I'm gonna Google what Abdi tick down means because I don't understand. It was at like -8 a bit ago. But I think that was just because we beat like 3 armies. I think it'll be pushed back up to like 20 by the end turn. But if he pushes enough armies towards us, he might just lose before we get across the river, even though we cleanse the curse. He's like, oh, okay, I heard that the curse was done. Now I know I need to surrender. Well, because the thing about the Curse of the Yellow River is, whether or not Yuan Shao believes in it, it's very clear that the Emperor believes in it. Liu Xie becomes rivals with Han Xian. Even as he cleanses the curse, You know, he doesn't like him, and now he doesn't like him at all.
春心守阵，迅速出击。
When that we're out of regional enemies, yes.
又赢了一次。
Because now with this region, you know, there's nowhere for us to go but against them now, right?
全杀掉，剩的回来报仇。天下。
So everybody else arrayed against us, well, they hardly count too much for the balance against us for the positioning, right?
朕屈尊于你谈判。
Yeah, he's at -4. For all we know, we might be able to get it this turn, right? No, because they ran across the river there.
一统天下。天下宿命，尽在我等。
前进！
But with that,
有何吩咐？
Xian leaves his army to do his wizardry here in the
士
mountains,
气大振，
and the Grand Commandant
奋力一战。
returns home,
命令。不
telling the Emperor that all is well,
参见大人。
that things are
大人
fine,
有何打算？
and that Dongbai is awesome and he wants to marry her.
怒吼吧！
勇夺荣耀！
耐心等候，敌军必中圈套。
Yeah, of course, otherwise Fulmai has put his way. He's been doing the Shuhan thing for the last several decades, yeah. And what has he gotten for it, right? Now, this incursion into the north was looking good, but then he lost all of his armies. They extended too far, which, I mean, classic mistake, right? If he would have stayed at Unding, would have been fine. Princess Tetsu's not much before, right? Yeah. Plus, Liu Xie is Liu Xie, and she has absolutely no grudge against Dongbai and Dongli. The Northern Expedition into the Northern Expedition area. It worked. Agri focus. Yeah, you know, Yuan Chao's like, why don't I just send people over here into a place where I'm fighting against an indeterminate enemy? To be fair, he thought he and Song Jian were going to link up and get the work done, but Song Jian dithered, right? Song Jian dithered. And the might of Sun Hao, the ardent schemer, I know I talk it up all the time, but I really think this negative military supplies is crazy good. I think it's very, very, very strong. Because, I mean, you can just, like, walk in somewhere and just start ruining somebody's life. And there's plenty of places, especially here in the north, where, like, if you're holding Guzong here, and your enemy is a Jinchong and trying to get up, by the time they get here, their whole army is definitely running out of supplies. Plus, you could build the building that lowers them, too. You know, the one... Because that one also lowers... Or their movement range, rather, yeah. But you could build that one for the local armies, and then, you know, -50 a turn. Even if they had adjacency buildings and stuff in the army, you'd still be churning through it really great. You know, attrition that actually works is a treat. Most attrition doesn't. No, it works in this game. It's only Warhammer where it doesn't. And here,
快快攻击！
Sun Bin and Sheng Xian, who is, you know, a trusted administrator. He's the brave Sheng. He's the administrator of Shenyang, right? He's a very important place.
正需此地。
I would prefer to have him as the prime minister over the guy we have, of course. Because melee evasion faction-wide is crazy.
正气如火， 熊熊不息。
But Huang Zhong knows that coming back to defend this area would be good now, as all of this is popping off. And getting it done. Yingrong, you know, what a guy. That teaching assignment, pretty good. Pretty dang good. Sure we didn't do it as much as we should have, but still pretty good. Remember the game kept telling me to lower difficulty? You know, it didn't understand the plan, right? It didn't see what we could see. It didn't see that we're going to get 10 armor on cavalry units. Oh my god. It's just real good. It's just real good. On a Qin Peacekeeper, right? If we had any. If we had any. On a Qin Peacekeeper. 75 armor, plus 27 shield armor from the front. You just don't get hit. They can shoot crossbows at you all day. You got 75 missile block, 75 armor, 100 armor from the front, and 50% missile resist. You can just park them in the front and let them shoot you. If they're regular archers, it don't even matter. Usually you see it when you live out in the new lands, so it doesn't concern the bounce power for your new land. Ah, okay. Yeah, me, they just think I'm bad, and that's fair. But, you know, they just couldn't see the plan. Guisil Yugon. Korean name? Yes. Well, I've always wanted an invisible woman to join us. Chong Yong's daughter. You're still fighting with the Yuans. Should have joined me. Everyone's allowed to join. I mean, not like Yuan Shao, but I mean, if he abdicates. Oh, and the crew up in the north becomes oath-sworned up. Hunxian and Lubu and all that. $4.3.
来，咱们谈谈吧。请下命令。
Diao Chen gets to level 7. Very good. You know, White Horse Raiders are cool, but we should have Peacekeepers in our army. They're just dramatically better. We don't need the firewall moving as much, right? And obviously we can afford them. Yeah, well, you know, because every time he recruits another army, it factors that in. And it looks like, yeah, he won over here. And Gongsun is losing this, so that'll probably be a factor in as well. And Cao Cao is now over here and recruiting these armies, so maybe that helps him too. Because most of the losses that happened over here, like recently, I mean, Song Jian was his ally, but vassal, but... Oh, yeah, that's what it was, yeah, because both of those armies and Lu Tong's army, we dropped it as well. So we dropped 3 full armies that were pretty powerful stacks.
"我军所向披靡，原地候命，以逸待劳，静候敌军，恪守职责。"
Oh yeah, we should give the place back to Liu Bei. After all, I mean, not my uncle, but an uncle. Bum 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 bum.
你在这儿虽然不讨喜，但我们必须，真是无礼。
It is bonkers that Yangfeng is still alive, but he's over. I don't think Meng Huo can even see him. Oh, we were still besieging there. Well,
动如涟漪。
well, Liu Yao knows we're going to give it back to him, so he's like helping out, and I love that. Yeah, bet. Looters, right. I'm like, well, apparently we can handle a looter army.
一统天下。
Which, I mean, it's a high level garrison. Makes sense. Yeah, totally. Exactly. I'm like, yeah. Well, I mean, it was like a defense, right? I had a wall. I would have won. I would have. I had a wall. And bastion artillery, right? Yeah. This is not like a good army because it's just bandits. Yeah, we would have won that. Totally. But I mean, like, unironically, we had a wall. We had a wall. It wasn't a minor battle. The trebuchet would just get murked by the bastion artillery in like one shot, assuming that we lined it up right.
行事谨慎，可称机敏。
Oh, and we'll see is burning up over here. Well, that'll give something for Zhang Liao to do.
我的目标十分明确。
Really annoying. Yeah, you know, the trebuchet was the only thing they had, and then if we pop the trebuchet with bastion artillery early, which you would be able to do, then what do they get? They're going to walk around. They're going to try to climb the wall into that amount of archers. Into that amount of archers and crossbows, or climb the wall. Jun infantry captains on a wall will, like, fight 4 units of bandits off. This... Yuan Shao on this northern expedition and this northern expedition, while he's trusting on everybody to hold the river, well, keep on trusting them, buddy. Yeah, the gate defenses indeed. I mean, they got it all the way done. Imperial City here.
拿起武器，
胸怀中正，拿起武器，下之于地，上参于天。只有稳固发展，人们才会交口称赞。
我军所向披靡，该享受太平了。
为了天下苍生。
上阵杀敌！战争也是终结乱世的一种办法。
Indeed. Famous for no other things but the looter army showing up. Oh, he hates Chicken Rib Guy now. I think whenever he developed Cordial, he started disliking a couple more guys. Yeah, because now he's broed up with Zhu Huang and stuff, and all of them. Yeah, well, you know. It's not terrible for him to just, like, dislike a couple of people. Look what I have found! That's a tributary haul. That's 30% Diplo from, we're holding on to this one, baby. This one probably made us, what, like another, like 10,000 out of tributaries?
别把我惹毛了。
I mean, not that it matters, but... You know, obviously we'll hold on to it forever. For the rest of the campaign, however long that is. He gets to level 6. I'm like, would he be able to get decataphracts just in time for the campaign to be over? Nah, it's fine.
莫要急躁。万物失节，
至柔如水，以应万变。
悉心节欲，待时而发。 门外何人？
Alright.
众将且于堂前。
Stuff, and they'll be ready to roll in before too long, and then. We'll give a report at the Imperial Palace, muster up our armies, and then in the spring of 220, we'll be ready.
正在行军，耐心等候，敌军必中圈套。
秩序井然，则四海可定。
正气如火，熊熊不息，不能这样。又是你这厮！
It's like, yeah, wouldn't you rather have this land over here? Like Longya? Don't lie, wouldn't you? But the looters there, it might be messy. It's fine. Anyway. Yeah. They're all mad at me. I think it's because they liked some people that we've been executing, but who? Who are your friends? Like, I guess they had personal friendships with a bunch of the people that have been dying, but yeah. Yeah, a lot of the people that we were executing, I guess, make them mad at us. Which, like, they've been the enemies of the Han Empire for ages. But yeah, so yeah. Basically, all of our guys don't like us anymore. You go to ownership, and it's like, okay, you go to Diplo, alright. And then you go to attitude, and it's like, oh, they all hate you. And Wei, yeah. You know, most people just can't stand us at all. And the Yellow Turbans like us because we're killing people so much for them. Amazing.
力争天下衰弊，虽万死而不辞。
Oh, Karen can scout the province and not get caught at all. She's just gonna go in and be like, excuse me, I would like to speak to whoever's in charge here. Yeah, no, I have some problems with the millet I've received. And, you know, just browbeating them. They can't even think, like, hey, is this the lady that's married to the Chancellor of the Han? They're just like, oh, please give her whatever she wants and get her out of here. Just as planned. This is sea salt. I wanted rock salt! Rock! You know what a rock is? Yeah. Oh, Karen, you know, she's using her powers for good. Now go to the Himalayas right now. Kingdom of Song thinking real hard here. Well, he's gonna need to think, because in a brief time the mighty armies of the north are going to be pouring back down at him. And well, if he thought he was having a bad time with these people, wait till Lu Bu shows up. Oh, you just wait. The imperial father-in-law will surely set things to rights. I'm like, this isn't very good for me because, I mean, we could do the battle and in the better. Like, I think we'll take too much and have to back up to heal, which is smart for him, but... But maybe the replen will be fine. Yeah, it doesn't really matter on that front.
尊重你的决定。
Maybe everybody's mad at me for executing Yellow Turbans because they're actually on good terms with Yellow Turbans because of other random stuff with them fighting Yellow Turban enemies, right? Like how if you fight enough Han factions a lot, Yellow Turbans will just love you if you're not fighting them, type of thing. That'd be funny. After all, the Yellow Turbans like me.
克勤克诚，方成大事。
It's the Lady Du who's like running them. Well, they've got 3 armies over here. That's interesting. Not good, but interesting. And Liu Xie becomes Oathsword with Chengdeng Guojie. Huh, well, you know, they, you know, he really loves these guys. Maybe Chengdeng's gonna make a run for the Chancellor spot, right? After all, being the oath sworn of the Emperor is pretty good. Funny, so many of the people that like you the most are the diametrically opposed. Yeah, you know, you never know what you can see. The Koreans, some of them love us, some of us hate us. But the Yellow Turbans, like, they want to bro out. Like, they just want us to be cool, you know. Yeah, because the war atrocities enemies and execute generals. So if you're just taking replenishment and then beating Han factions, the Yellow Turbans will love you, and that'll mean probably the opposite, yeah. Yeah, maybe it's just that Liu Bei likes everybody, basically. Yeah, because I guess Song is decently popular. Ah, well, only with a few guys, yeah. But yeah, he likes Song a lot, considering all they've been through. Likes him more than me, which is hurtful. It's just hurtful. You know, you think you know a guy.
我只怕辜负天下之人。怒吼吧！他们再也不敢小瞧我们了。快去，消灭他们！
6-pin move.
我们奋勇杀敌，但仍心怀荣耀。杀！
Shaw! Love it.
释放怒火吧！为了天下苍生，万民之声不可小觑。 百姓定会单食湖江，夹道欢迎，莫要急躁。
After however long, he's finally home. Yep. Here with the Zhongnu place, and we can recruit some guys that actually suit him. And the army arrives in Luoyang. Lu Bu, supported by Dongli and Dongbai, go to the palace to receive the orders of the emperor. Xing Daorong has said that, you know, he's going to speak for him, and, you know, Liu Xie's there, and Lu Bu's just like, look, I bet it's going to be fine. He didn't tell us we can't come here, and he didn't tell us that he was going to kill us. So I bet it's going to be fine. We'll bring Han Xian, of course, so he can tell the emperor that the curse has been lifted. And who else was here? Ah, the elephant, yes.
我的目标十分明确。
The emperor is well pleased with all of this. And after this amazing victory of Xing Daorong, asks what he would want. And Xing Daorong just says, well, you know, I think Dongbai is just the coolest and the prettiest and the best. And I want to marry her. What do you think? And the emperor's like, Dongbai? You want to spend the rest of your... with... Of course. This is what you want? Glorious marriage. Now they are truly happy together. And with that, the girls can be safe and secure in the knowledge that they can move around the empire, and the emperor's not gonna murk them or anything. He's not that kind of emperor. And indeed, the emperor showers his blessings upon the victorious northern troops as they come back with the guards of the gate. One peacekeeper in the front, of course, and then some household cav, yeah. Xian knew this too personally. Exactly. Because Liu Xie, you know, likes Dongbai too, you know, so yeah. Right. And, well, the Emperor Xian knows better than anybody else the excess and the horror that you get when you just visit retribution upon people based on who they happen to be related to. And has no intention of continuing that. After all, it's not like we're getting rid of all the Zhao family or the Yuan family because they exist. It's because they are fighting against us. And in the south, the Empress seeks never to find the seal of power. Well, things are sure going well. When we return, you know, the armies will muster up and we will make landfall across the river, and frankly, I imagine it'll be the last part of the video because, well, at -5... Liu would probably never betray Dongzhuo in this narrative since he never had the chance, because he never threw the album. Yeah. That was one thing with it, but I was also, like, thinking maybe the hook would be, like, Lu Bu feels bad because he was planning on killing Dongzhuo, and then Dongzhuo just left and came to us, and Lu Bu doesn't know how to say, you know, after he's been spending all this time protecting Dongli and Dongbai, like, oh, by the way, I was gonna kill him if nobody else did. But, you know, because he knows what a bad thing it was that he was going to do, if we're going with that angle. And, you know, has the conflicted feelings about it. Because he's like, yeah, well, now everybody, you know, thinks that I wasn't that bad of a son, but really I wanted to be one. You know, the guilt falling in to have him going there. Faction diplomatic standing diminished worldwide. Okay, yeah, so 108 turns of this. Nobody knows why. I imagine they are events from the thing. 104 million people living in our realm. Not bad, right? Not bad. Nice small country. Hate us because they ain't us indeed. Well, there you go. They can have an attitude, because that diplomacy is what tells the story. And do you think any of these fools, regardless of how they feel, are brave enough to stay up against us? Well, I wish a vassal would. Oh, I wish they would. Not really. I desire, you know, peace and conformity with the law and whatever. But anyway, that's all I've got for you right now. It's time for me to get on with my day and go to work, my favorite thing. But when we come back to this campaign, which will... Oh, I don't know. I want to make sure we do it when we have enough time to finish it up. Maybe tomorrow night. So I'm planning on going to see the Odyssey in the afternoon, so I won't have a huge block of time in the afternoon. Anyway, one of these days we'll get back to this, and... Well, I imagine it won't need to go on too much longer, right? Need to go on. Like, this has been my favorite campaign that I've ever played in any Total War game. I even like it better than that Dwarf campaign in Old World, which is crazy to say. But the story here is just very satisfying, although that story was amazing too, this one, you know. Because, you know, you got all the dramatis persona coming in and the different links and rereading the... Anyway, I love this campaign so much. It's my favorite. You know, we'll start off on another one probably right after, but this one will always stay in my heart, I think. The greatest story I ever told. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I sure hope you've enjoyed. You know, Cao Cao still... His family's still holding on, but there aren't too many of them left. And the Duchy of Wei, a rump state living off of the safety provided by Yuan Shao, such as it is, will not be long for the world. Good old Liu Chong, like he's trying to find. Hey, you know, you put that Han football up in front of him long enough, and he is gonna connect. And oh, with all the practice swings he's been taking, it's going to go right up through the uprights, baby. Anyway, we're going to get that extra point. We're going to get that field goal. We're going to use the trebuchet to throw it in if we have to. But, you know, even if he abdicates, man, I mean, when these armies start rolling, obviously, I think when we muster up, well, if they try to make landfall here, right, then the Imperial army is just going to Shrek them. And it's gonna be a bloodbath on the Yellow River now that this curse is lifted. But all of that will happen next time. Yeah, look at them. They're so far away from anything productive. But anyway, that's all I've got for you. Good old Liu Chong. What a time. What a time. And there you go. The year is 219, and when 220 rolls around, oh, it's over for you fools. It's going to be the year of one kingdom. In the year 220, I imagine we'll see all of this red change a little bit. Abdication is better than taking it and fighting them more, because we've already fought, quite a lot with them. And, for the story, it would be nice if we could go in and, rather than besieging a bunch of cities, get him to give up. But if we just take in our siege train and, just crack one city as a little treat, I'm sure that'd be okay. Anyway, that's all I've got for you right now. Luke, always a pleasure. Glad you could catch this one as we're wrapping things up. The curse of the Yellow River has been lifted, and it's all coming up, Millhouse. Everything coming up for the Han. 104 million people eating the bread, and more on the way each day. Later, guys. Later, Ironic. So good to see you this morning. And, yep, that's all we've got for you. 4 hours and 20 minutes of Three Kingdoms, and now it's time for me to shower and get on to work. So, au revoir, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, and goodbye.